Checking audio. 1, 2, 3. Okay, audio seems to be good, so let's get our beverage of choice ready for the day and get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the Discourager of Hesitancy, and we are streaming game development with no game engine. All the old back catalog for the last almost 3 months is up on YouTube and Rumble. You can get notifications on Discord or on Twitch or Twitter, which is now X, which is a terrible rebrand, but whatever. Who am I to judge? He has more money than I do, so he can do what he wants. Yesterday, we got most of the way through Highscores and replay management, so not enough that I can count it as actually check marks. So what we're probably going to end up doing today is continue with those tasks. And let's wrap this up. Right? So we're going to let's break this down. We've got write out Highscores files, test fix reading in Highscores files, test replays are cleaned up correctly with respect to Highscores. I think that's most of what we need. Then input username for Highscore and Highscore scene display. All right, so that's kind of the breakdown, I think, of what we're gonna do. So, as per usual, I just sort of code keep stream of consciousness until somebody throws a comment, and then we go. I'm not too picky about topics either. Not yet. Maybe someday if the chat becomes more populated or spends too much time off topics, then maybe I'll start limiting topics or reducing. But for now, it's not really that big of a time impact. So today is the last day of game development for the week. Hopefully we can get the Highscores all done today. Then tomorrow's compiler's day, and next week we can really dig into the playing back the files. So checking our to-do list. Play back the replay. We have some bugs, we have some technical debt. Those are the kinds of things we can dive in on Monday as like our warm-up. Put those near the top so they are grouped. So maybe next Monday we'll grab a couple of these and a couple of these. As a warm-up. Okay, so I guess let's get started. I have the high score manager. Here. And update high scores. The thing that update high scores will need is a save high scores file. So only if we made a change, we can comment out the logging here for now. That's not logging, that's insert. So if we inserted a high score, then we write it back out. So let's just keep track of that. True and true. If updated, oops, where am I writing that for? Save high scores file. Where's my mode? Entry mode. Basically, it's everything we need. Okay. Look at the is candidate. Okay, so saving file. The only way to get here is if we've already loaded and inserted something. So we do not have to redo this check. High score file name. If it exists, open it. High scores. Upload. High scores file. Could not open. We're just going to copy this much of it. Save, we're going to write in binary. That's basically it right there. I don't think I have to write out a size or a count. I think the way we're streaming it in is probably reasonable. If not, we can come back around and change that. So let's go ahead and save each of these high scores. So for save to file star file. There we go. We have Highscore entry. Hit. Save. All-star file. Can't make this const. It's fine. It won't make a change. Highscore entry. Yeah. You have two options for init, and then save it here. Highscore entry. So let's see here. We put in a scan. Timestamp result, player name, replay file. That's basically it. If right, to file. This thing. Size of timestamp. Then it's these two, which may be even easier. If right, file, player name, Sterling player name, +1. Replay file, replay file. That's basically it. So Highscore manager. We're going to go through, we're going to save them all. Then F close L's here. Should be this. I think that's about it for saving Highscore files. Let's try it out. Oh, player name. We're gonna have to cheat just a second. That's not a thing we actually support yet, so. Okay. So in theory, oh yeah, F right is not ever in the order I expect. So pointer size count then file. Jeez, who writes this crap? There we go. Size, one of them. Size of character, string length, whatever, file. Go. Yeah. We're gonna run it now. We're gonna fake a run. So I will choose Ultra Demon Paste, Rhino, Proud, Lines. Dum da dum, dum da dum. 1, 2, 3 actually isn't very many letters, so T M S I B waxed. W or X? About waves? W and V. Um, is that a word? It is not a word. Cheat. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Wave. Streamer brain. Okay. Okay, okay. BD. Let's see here. Is green at G, not F? Okay, then we surrender. And then we quit. And I don't actually see this file showed up here. Loading high score file. Rolling word sleuth sprint. So that loaded it. Oh, it says loading. It should be saving. Oh. And we don't check if it exists first, we just create it. Two small copy paste errors, not a big deal. Easy to find, easy to fix. Okay. Okay. Um, This render here at 24 seconds or so. Harms. Saving file. So now there's a file here called sprint. Perfect. If we look at it, sprint. I'm going to go hexel mode. Get a timestamp. 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes of, I guess that's time in milliseconds. And then you get HARVEY, empty character. Perfect. And then C whatever, all the way down to another null character. So this one looks correct to me. Good. Which means if we run it again and we run a faster sprint, go after like 10 seconds, then this sprint file is that file a high score loading. So firstly, it did not delete previous high score, which is exactly what we want. However, it did not add this entry to the file. We can see that right here. We've only got this one previous run at 17. Okay. So we have some logical error, probably here. Okay. If index equals 0, with this if not updated, if it hasn't been updated, we insert at 0. We make it all the way through without finding something that's better than us. So you have to quit the game first. So what I expect to happen is the last run at 12:19:11 is deleted, but this one gets inserted. So we should do a really fast one. So let's just do unlaunched codes. Surrender. And it crashes. Why did it crash? I don't know. It failed to write out the file. Ah, it did not delete the previous either, which is... Oh, it did. It did, yeah, the one at 19. But yeah. So it did delete the files we expected. Okay. So that time it saved it, which means that one probably goes away. So there's our high score. And that one crashes. Okay. End game. Save high score file. Sterland at high score entry. At line 95, so in here. Why would Sterland fail? Do we need to do a full clean? Is that our problem? It's getting confused. Let's see, where's Sterland? We probably should have. Okay, let's do a slightly different test. Let's just run it. Run this one a slow one. And we don't care how long it takes, really. We want it to go a little bit so we can. Let's go like 30 seconds. Okay, so that wrote out a file, which looks okay. 2442 is indeed the latest replay that we've got. Okay, so that's step 1. Then we play. We want to go longer than 30 seconds so that it's not an head insertion prime. Lunch toads, ultra demons, outlines. Okay, ultra demon, so no HI or S. Laced rhino, so no STMP. NEA. It's basically all the letters. BD. Logs. Jacks. Blast. Ooh, interesting word. And surrender, it fails. Back trace happens in save at line 95. Print M_replay file. What? Okay, we do up 1. My replay file is null. Oh dear. Why would replay file be null? I'm pretty sure both inits. Get a replay file. go underscore timestamp or result. But oh, interesting. This high score is invalid. So is it the first or the second one? Interesting. Interesting. Well, we have two inits. It's also clear. Explore entry init. Our replay file name. Record plus 12. Let's get those first 12 bytes just to get into the string, which should be okay. So we run. We have to create one entry. Okay, and then I surrender. It writes out the Highscores file. So it's initializing from a file. Update Highscores. Okay, then we go play. Now we surrender. It kind of looks to me like what? Looks to me like we're not getting these files loaded correctly. Okay. All right. So let me delete that one, latest replay, and those ones. Actually, you can keep latest replay. Okay. So what we really want Load Highscores file. Loaded Highscores. Watch this S. Watch this D. HS file. So we place through our entries and log it. Okay. Stop for loading, saving. I want to do this before we actually do anything, just so we see what we got. Saving Highscores. There. Just do a full clean and rebuild. Trevest, good afternoon. So far today, I'm doing well. I'm hopeful that we get Highscores mostly done today. Maybe all done. I think if there's anything interesting or noteworthy to report. Oh, life is pretty good. Programming. How's the web development going? You said you had a meeting this morning, so not too early, but still. Okay. Oops, not M. That's what I meant. Yeah, things are pretty straightforward and calm around here. So we surrender. Okay. Highscore init. From a file, we get a bunch of stuff. We had the Highscore at 0, which is this one, so that's fine. Save the Highscore. Player is null. File is a thing. When I save, that should output Harvey to the file, which it does. So I think writing is looking fine. So we hit play again. We get Birds and things and stuff. Okay, it's JKFG. I'm leaning towards K, so something like. So it is K. It is not G, it is F. Then we can quit, and here is that file a high score? It is initialize this old one from the replay. I wonder why we're doing that. That is a good question. I don't see the other init. Saving high scores files, yeah. Whoa. Had a high score at -1. That's a problem. I see two issues. I think. Put a high score entry. Init 1. Let's just put it together. Init 2. I don't think init 2. Oh, init 2 might be called. Let's just do that. Okay. I don't think init 2 is ever being called. That's one problem. Two problems. Why are we inserting at -1? Oh. If it's 0, and if we are not better than 0, going good. It was a short, productive meeting. Ah, yes, yes. The long, drawn-out ones where nothing is accomplished, those are the worst. So that's good. At least they're using your time wisely. Good. If we hit 0 and we're not better than 0, shouldn't it be at index +1? That might help quite a lot too if we move the index the right direction. All right, run this real quick. Okay, so we're gonna make 2 entries. We're gonna go with a simple one, surrender, everything gets written. I'm gonna hit play and surrender even faster. Still blows up. On insertion failure. Okay, we're gonna pause for a quick restroom break. And then we'll actually think about debugging this better. think I know. Yeah, it's always nice when you don't have to steer your clients too much. I think I know what the problem is. I was thinking about it. High score manager. Um, Load high scores file. I think the problem is in here. If int bytes red equals that, if bytes red equals 0, well, looks like to me that it's trying to read one that doesn't exist. So let's just log this. Reading modulus d bytes, which is count. Log note. Modulus d bytes at this offset modulus d, so it's bytes red offset plus equals bytes red red 0 plus high score count. We'll just try that. Let's see what it outputs. Here I said bytes red. Looks like that. Okay. All right. Play. So we need to create an empty, or in our first one, codes. Like 10 seconds in, 10. There we go. We go to play again. Over 5 seconds. That's where it fails. Now, init1. I don't think init2 is ever called at all. So that's puzzling. Is it puzzling? No, probably not. Okay, let's do this then. Let me think. Let's do that after update Highscores. We just say what we have is invalid, and therefore you have to reload from file. I don't have that much of a problem with client meetings for too long. The thing is when I worked in corporate and we had so many meaningless meetings, yeah. At least client meetings bring me something good. Yep, No, that's probably true. I guess that's the most of the meetings I've ever had was more corporate. We had meetings to plan for meetings, and then meetings afterwards to talk about the results of the meetings. It's like, holy smokes! Can I get some work done? Is that allowed? No, no, obviously not. One of the things I'm curious to see is what strategies people will come up with when they play this game. I've done very little thinking about strategy and becoming good at this. Like I've been writing it. That's very different from being, having good word choices and whatnot. I have a pre-programmed set of strategies that works pretty well most of the time, but there's no way it's optimal. I'll be very curious to see what people do. Um, oh, curious. Wow, cannot hit the letter B for some reason. Logs. There it is. FG. Shrug. Yeah, it got pretty bad. E flogs, jacks. Hey, welts. There we go. Okay. Demon laced rhino, so no STUMP. Proud lines, that's not really helpful. Human, ooh, good word. Gives lots of information. Oh, did I make a mistake somewhere? No, I'm good. L is a C. And it is FG once again. So rain tells me G is in. I kind of feel like it's a GR. Rico. Oh, Corgi. I'm not a dog person, so that's not going to come to mind first. Okay. Ultra Demon, therefore IPS. Laced Rhino, Proud Lines. A and D, R and O, not M. Come on, take it. T. Is not giving me any letters. Logs. Okay, it's W or X, so it's wrote. Thank goodness, that was close. Okay, we know that placed rhino lines AMTMCH placed rhino STUMP. We should be able to find it pretty quickly using daemon EMN looking for contradictions. There's no contradictions there. Humor. Rehum. And let's go here. This one already has a contradiction, no good. This line of inquiry. PR, not H, not U. C would have to be in. No vowels. It has to be this. Prove. Anyway, we should be cheating. We should be quitting. That's not a word I use in English very often. Okay, so that created a single entry here. Now when we hit play, then we surrender, it crashes. I should get an init too. There it is. And it has a Harvey in it, so that's good. Then we said update the Highscores, which contains this one. Then we add the Highscore at 0, because this one was much, much faster. 356 seconds as opposed to 79 seconds. So we insert it 0. Saving Highscores at 0. And the Highscore at 1 is clearly just garbage. Two. Okay, now. Which may mean shift is not working. So that's a Highscore manager. Insert Highscore. And Highscore at some index. It doesn't happen yet, but I would want to debug this shortly. It's just getting kind of messy, so let's get this up a little bit with better logging. Push. And pop. I want to see the call tree basically as we go. Put it this way. It's 2. Awesome. Oops. Okay. So actually, quite a bit there. Manager. Not. Okay. Log. Push. Log. Top. Moving. Worst entry. Which is this thing. Pushing remainder back. X plus 1. Oh. X to X plus 1. Actual insertion. Count. Highscore count. So that's the insert Highscore logged in a more hierarchical fashion. Push this one. Push. Off. Load. Save. Push that. Off. Push. Okay. Saving that index. Okay. Let's see if that gives some more hierarchical call structure type of information, but we don't have to parse through as much. Run. Kind of an interesting word. Curious. This is actually a really bad word to get because mates, pains, meats. I think there's like 6 or 7 anagrams of that word, so no good. I'd also like to see not only just what strategies people come up with, but like how the strategies differ between sprint mode versus like golf, where your goals are completely different. So that is 5 letters. Laced, rhino, demon, proud lines. Interesting. Guard. Human. Oh, nice. Nice. L or C, therefore E or D, therefore O must be in. R and D are in, therefore E is out. P and I are out. L or S, L or C, L, it's just C. Okay, good to know. And there's the S. So, words. Dorks. Oh, I didn't like that one. I don't know. We're getting scrod. I don't wonder what that means. Define scrod. A fish. A dish prepared by scrodding fish. A small cod or haddock, sometimes other whitefish, usually served as a fillet. Oh, interesting. There's my education for the day. So we go back, and what we've got is we deleted a replay, we initialized based on our file. We read one entry, which was the last one we just wrote in, right? 1124, yeah. Which is this guy. We had the high score at 0. We inserted it at 0. Now there's one thing, we saved the high scores, that's all saved. Saving 0? Remember that one being there. Oh, index 0. Entry at, there we go. That'll be more clear. Okay. That does things. Now we play again. Then we surrender. And here's what we're looking for. We read one entry. Loading high score file. We parsed this many bytes. We initialized 2, which gives us that one. And index 0. Okay. We loaded high scores. We only got one of them. Here's the entry. We read one entry. We're done. Update the high scores. We loaded this one up. Which is this one. Where is load high scores? This is the 1124. So then we from init 2, init 1, we added 0, pushing remainder back, and it never pushes the first one back. So we have an indexing problem. This should take 0 and move it to 1. Although, does that mean then we insert at the tail? Run this again. Let's do a thing. Want to surrender fast. Play. Now we want a slightly longer one, so take our time. Based. Rhino. There we go. And then we surrender. Now it wrote 0 and 1. So it's only our insert at in the head of the thing that any matters anymore. Okay. Let's try something between whatever this was, 12 and something really short. So let's go for like 10. 7. So let's insert in the middle, and then it blows up. Okay. And it blows up because we insert at 1. Pushing remainder back still doesn't do the job. Right, pushing remainder back doesn't do anything useful, so we've got to fix that. That seems to be our problem. So that then leaves, we increment our size, but the one at the tail didn't get updated. So it did insert at the right place though. This is the new one. That was the old one. So that's kind of good news. It's just a pushback function. All right, we want to insert at index. We take index. Oh, maybe this is it. Int last index equals high score count. If we're full, then last index shrinks 1. We go from x2 last index. So in the case that we're full, we want to leave that last one alone and not, we don't want to go off the edge. But otherwise, we do want to go all the way to out past the end of the current existing stuff. So let's try that. Run. I'm going to delete some of these files though. I'm going to start to fill up again. 1708 is probably the last one. Deleting the sprint things as well. Okay, here we go. So we need something middle of the road, so all right, insert at 0 is easy. So let's go for 15 seconds, surrender. Okay, so that should have 1 entry now, which is this one. Play again. So let's go for 5 seconds. Okay, and now we have 2 entries. So let's go for 10 seconds then. Insert in the center. How many times does Harvey show up? 1, 2, 3. So there are 3 insertions. Okay, so our next test, we basically want to fill this thing up. So we can go for 1, 2, 3. Sure, close enough. We want to go for 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go for, oops. Super fast. We can go for a longer one. Lines. RIO, no M, no T, no S, no P. BD, logs, generates. Waxed. Oof. Rave. B or V, B or Y. So we should do that. So I should have inserted somewhere along here. Inserted at 6. Now there are 7 things. Okay, we're almost at the point of being full up, and it has to start deleting replays. That's my goal. I want to watch it delete out of my file system. So it doesn't matter where we insert them anymore, except we do want to see so the worst one is going to be number 6. Well, it should be number 7. So we should be seeing whichever one we just inserted in 6. Because it has the longest time. 103 seconds. So I want to see 2246 disappear from the list. 2240. No, that's 10 seconds. Where's the long one? That was the really fast one, 609. Are these in order? That's a good question too. Are we inserting quickly? 609, 237, 237. Oh, got duplicate entries? That's not good. Oh yeah, this is actually really bad. Okay, that's bad. Well, we still need to see if it tries to delete the right thing. So here we go. Surrender. So we've got 8, so we need to do 2 more to get this test run. So guard index opens surrender. Okay, we are full now. Granted, we're full of multiple of the same entry, which actually is no good. And I know why. So that's good. Okay. We do want the slowest one to get deleted, which I guess is this 2246. So 2246, I'll mark it. Now when we play, we delete. That should tell us add Highscores 7. Removing worst entry 2246, which is gone from my operating system. Perfect. Pushing the remainder back. Yeah, so here's what we're doing. We're copying 7 into 8 and then 8 into 9. So I need to reverse the direction we're swapping those. So close. So we go to Highscore Manager, pushing back. So we need to go for x equals last index minus 1. As long as x is greater than or equal to index x minus minus. Which is a little bit harder to read, but is correct. Oof, okay. Which, if I'm reading this right, I can delete all of these, latest replay, and my high scores. They all go away. And it should now keep track of things correctly. So we run it, and we build up a whole bunch of high scores real quick, and check. All right. Crowd lines. Okay. Logs, jacks. Interesting. F or G maxed. Oh wow. Oh, it died. It died. Assertion failed high score entry. Init 1. Given. No. Init 1 should. Oof. Uh-oh. Here, I was thinking we were just about done with this. I scored it 1. Okay. Hit 1. Why this folly? Breakpoint there. 974. Tab completion strikes again. There we go. Okay. No. Nope. I want to run. I want to run. I want to quit. You go away. I want to say breakpoint. High score entry, not CP at line 74. Run. Oops. I see what I did there. Okay. Now. Okay. So we just need an entry prime, lunge, toads, ultra, rhino, crowd lines, and we surrender. So backtrace. Is file a high score? Okay. No, I get it. If previous replay not equal to null. Because we aren't guaranteed to have a previous replay, especially the first time we load up. Easy fix. Okay. This should be a gone file. Okay. Okay. E-R-I-No-M-P. BD logs. Okay. F-G-B-Y. Fiery. No. Deferred. Okay. Well, whatever. Surrender. And it still pushes. Quits. Still quits. Did I not build? That behavior was way too similar to what we had before. Okay. All right. Oh, I think there's another case where we have to check. So it's still gonna. Oh no, it worked. Okay. So we have one high score saved. Ultra Demon, no IP or S. Laced Rhino, no TMP. Proud, no A. Is an E. BD. Logs. Jacks. Wax. Rude. Whatever. We're just trying to get an entry here. Drove. Okay. So we save high scores. We've got two of them. This one is longer than that one. Okay, let's fill this up. Let's see. Prime lunch. Surrender. Prime lunch. Demon. Surrender. Prime lunch. Codes. Ultra Demon Laced Rhino. Prime lunch codes. Ultra Demon Laced Rhino. Proud lines. Saving entry fast. We're at six entries here. All right. Prime lunch codes. Ultra Demon Laced Rhino. Proud lines. Jacks. Waxed. BD vlogs. 6. Ooh, interesting one. BD blogs. No, just blogs. There we go. Oops. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, TAS, no L, no B, no Y, no C. No, C is in. F or G. Whatever. Probably long enough. We want some longer ones, some shorter ones. So this one. Back. Right, 9. Okay. The other thing we should check is, are these actually unique and in order? Saving high scores. 14. Okay, these are, yeah, this one was fast, 14 seconds. That one was slow. These are in the correct order. 12, 14, 60 seconds. Okay. Surrender, quit. Okay, so we are full. This is fullness here. At time 0. So in theory, this should have removed a file, removing worst entry, 133549. 133549 is not in my file list. Copies 8 to 9, 7 to 8, 0 to 1, and then inserted 0. Yeah, so that all looks correct. It's really unique and interesting and different. So I think we're done, and we've tested it with sprint mode. So, the old journal. Highscores now inserting correctly in order, removing X, removes excess, Highscores as possible. Oh, one other thing we want to do. We actually want to run a long one for a bit, so long it's not a valid option. So we need to go longer than 34, 48 seconds. So just let that run as high scores as possible. Non-high score latest replays are also removed. Anything else of note here? We'll have to go clean up our logging. We are doing this. We're testing, fixing, reading in the high score files. With respect to high scores, that is correct. Input username and high score scene display. Okay, so this has gone long enough. It should not insert a new high score. So we surrender. Oh. Loaded in the high scores. And this one here, update high scores. We load in our most recent one, which was a long one. Add high score 10. Inserting at 10 is a break. High score manager. So that's actually not that bad. Insert high score. Let's just put it in here. if index is greater than or equal to our max high scores, reach. We're just done. So we compile that. Whew. I just need to clean up a lot of this excessive logging we have here. If this works. Okay, so this one's gonna run for like a minute. So let's just pull the timer in lunch. Ultra, demon, base, rhino, lines. We're gonna eat up a minute. So TAPRO, all in, very fun. S is in, no T. BD, logs, jacks. There it is. It's, shoot. No I, therefore S, therefore no M, and no T. Then everything except JK. Run this out for a minute and then surrender. So this one should not be inserted. Oh, well, it's still saving the file, which is excessive, so we actually want to change that. Insert Highscore. This one. If index plus 1, sure, so break. Let me just do it like this. I don't want it to write out to the file if nothing has changed. So we're gonna make sure that our Highscore saving process is correct. We'll clean up those log files. So we need this one to run out for about a minute. So we can play around for that long. Prime launch toads, ultra, demon, lace, rhino, crown buttons. For ultra demon, therefore no CHIP or S. Laced rhino, therefore no STUMP. R and M are in. Those all go away. A has to be in, L has to be in. BD. Logs. It's F or G. Are we in a minute yet? No. Legal. Oh, curious. We're in a minute yet? We're close. All right, let's get ready. We do not want to see this write out that file. No updates. Saving? Why is it saving? No! Well, shoot. Why is it still saving that file? I mean, it doesn't change anything. And point of fact, we are deleting the old replays that are not in the high scores, which was the thing I wanted to verify. here, test replays are cleaned up quicker than expected scores. So why is this already that? Score manager. If we aren't better than this, we have to be able to insert within our range. Oh, it's this, I'll bet. Oh dear. Uh-oh. We're looking too low here. Replay, insert at 0. Yep. Okay. Whew. So not updated. I want to know. Okay. More bookkeeping. Gotta keep that bookkeeping straight. It always gets you. So here's what we're doing. We're blazing through our list of high scores from the tail end to the front. And we ask, is our current entry better than this entry? If it's not better, we can insert after this entry. So index +1. We can't insert off the end of the list. So then we insert at that place, and then we say, yes, we updated something so that we know to save out the file. But if we aren't updated, like if we go through this whole list and we end up at 0, then we don't want to do, then we do want to, let's see here, we do want to do this if we blaze through this whole file. So what I need is a bool inserted or failed first, yes, equals false. How do I want to get that information out of this for loop? Very fun. Let's see. I have to know if I updated, because I actually didn't insert, or I have to know if I tried every item in the list and can insert at the front. Like this is the best score we've got. Tried everything else. Bool reached, and it's true. If we broke out, then reached n equals false. If we're not at the end and we reached, if we didn't update and we reached the end, then we inserted 0. Maybe not reached end, maybe looped all. Or beat all. Better than all. If we break out, then we're not better than everything. So we have to be better than everything and not have inserted to do this one. I think semantically that's most useful. If we did update, save. Then we clear and say, you have to reload this file next time we touch this. Okay, I think that's that. So let's test it real quick. Okay. So now we need to run along another, well, we need to completely reset, but it's fine. We just want to make sure that the last one isn't added to the list, so. East Rhino, Ultra Demon, Outlines, MTs. Okay. Ankle. Human under guard. Intro opens. Just killing time basically. Not actually trying to beat this. So we run out a minute. Surrender. Update Highscores. We didn't do anything, and it didn't write out a file, which means. Uh-oh, what happened? What happened? Key block pass requested size of 50. Where? Mem set text. Copy text. Exit to main menu is the tooltip. So I'm trying to copy new text. It should say, I have text in there already, let's delete it and put in some new text, which is this. Then it blows up. Is this a thing? Play. Go back. Oh, it saved. Oh, it did save because we just did a 0. So let's run this out a minute. Least Rhino, no STM, U or P, proud lines. A is in. L. I or E has 1, so N is out. E therefore is in, I is out. H, no C. 80 flogs, jacks, waxed. We're almost there. Running out a minute. It does not write out a file. We read in 10 entries. Then we went back. It did not crash. So maybe it's just a weird state we got into while in debug. Hopefully. Okay. So that's tested reasonably well with sprint mode. Let's go check against another mode. Let's try golf mode. What we want is number of guesses. Prime, lunch, toads, ultra, demon lace, rhino, proud lines, match. So that's 10 guesses. Oh, let's go to 11. Okay, we're going to surrender. And that should have been added. As a high score. Okay, 11. So we're going to go straight back into it. We're going to do. There is indeed a golf file now. Prime, lunch, toads, even laced, rhino, proud lines, BD. We'll go 10. So this will be a better than the last one. 10, 11, okay. We'll go 3. 3, 10, 11, yep. All right, then we just do a bunch more here. Oops. Ah, we got one right. Oops. Prime, lunch, toads, that's 4. Surrender. We've written out 5. We might as well get a tie somewhere. Let's go with 5, and this one should come first. Okay. So those are 5 guesses. Surrender. I should see 2 of result 5. Right next to each other. Here. And the older one, 57, comes before 58. So this one is a higher score. Yes. Good. Perfect. We've written out 5. Let's do 7. Human under Jack's wax. So this one should be at the end with 15, correct. We've written out 8. Oh. So 7. Okay, now we are full. So this one, let's see, we should do a 0 guess win. Should insert at 0. And then we'll save a 0 guess result. Then we should do a 12 guess win, which should not be inserted at all. Oh yeah. What did I say, 12? Crab lines, match, bogs. Okay, so 12 should not go in. Actually, 11 should not go in. Minute 1, high score entry was not submitted. Let's go ahead and try 11. That should also not go in. Watch which. I said 11 should also not insert because 11 should also not insert. Delete Highscore entry. Written 10 entries. I deleted the old replay, which didn't make the cut. Update Highscores. And it won. It did not insert or write anything. Perfect. Okay, so golf is working. Marathon. Okay, we're going to cheat hard on this one to test it. But this is very nearly it. Tested with sprint golf. And I'm not going to write that we've tested against marathon until we've done it. So. Marathon mode. Cheat. Surrender. Saving Highscores. Alright, cheat. Come on. Forget my words here. Cheat. Surrender, play. So we wrote out 2 entries. To surrender. How goes the battle today? Today, we're just testing the Highscore stuff. I think we've crossed the threshold of we can save them, we can load them, not load them. Well, yeah, we can load them. We're keeping track of all the information we need. We're kind of down to finishing this testing and then writing up the Highscores list to screen, not to the console. And then we need to get the user's name from somewhere. So that's kind of it for Highscores. So we're cheating like mad. So that we can verify the marathon mode. We verified sprint mode. We verified golf mode. This is the last one. So far everything is behaving as we wished. And how are you doing, JTL? How's your freedom feel? Right, surrender. Oops. Yeah. This is the whole reason we put this cheat button in here. Sometimes you just have to cheat to test. Let's go 5. Okay, cheat 1 and cheat 2. Not good today, too many commitments popped up. Yeah, it's funny how as soon as you've finally cleared your schedule, people fill them up. Not very fun, if you ask me. So, 5, 3, yeah, so more words is better. 3, 2, 2, 1, and the one that came first is better. So let's see here, 5, 5, so 03 came before 04, so that's win. 3, 2, 02 comes first, that's good. 1 and 0. Okay, so that's good. So this is as expected. So how many of those commitments are your own commitments as opposed to something sprung on you as soon as somebody found out you were free? How many did you volunteer for? Is this? Yeah, so we got 6 words right. Yes, that is correct. Our new official policy as of today. Nominal work hours are Monday through Saturday, 5:30 to 5:30. Yeah, yeah. Kind of have to set those boundaries pretty early. Only windows of your own choosing. Yeah. Well, at some point you got so many commitments, you're like, I might as well agree to this last one anyways. I don't remember what we're doing here. We're going to like 4 or something. 3. Doesn't matter. These are all working as expected. So we're just trying to fill it up and make sure that the old ones are getting cleaned up. Surrender. So it's writing out 9 entries. And then this one will be 10. So I'll surrender it 0. Is candidate. Probably should check that you actually solved a word. For marathon mode. Okay, so we're full up. This is all 10 high scores saved out. So if we do anything that's not a 0, since here last time we wrote out 0, 0, 1, yes, there's 0, 0, 1 near the bottom. So if we cheat once, one of those zeros should fall off the list. Surrender 0 and 1. Yep, perfect. If we go, we cheat again. I'm going to cheat a couple times, it doesn't matter. Then we submit or surrender. Now there's no more zeros left, so we play cheat once. It should not be inserted, and we should not save that file. So it's reading the file in. Here's what we've got to compare against. Say update the high scores against this one. There's no insertion, there's no file write. So we're good. Phew. Okay, so I think in journal we can reasonably call boom, done. So these 3 things are done. We write out our high scores file, we read them in correctly, the update is happening correctly, test replays are cleaned up correctly, not deleting high scores, etc., but cleaning up things that we're done with. This leaves us with 2 tasks left, so that's not bad. And with all of that in place, we should high score entry. Is this a candidate for high scores? Was it a win? Let's see here. Full result equals game context play mode marathon. Let's do this. If play mode is marathon, and our result is result greater than 0. So we have to have at least, you have to solve 1 word to be a candidate for high scores in marathon mode. Then result equals result for let's do it a little bit differently. Stupid bool result equals this. If we're in marathon mode, result equals result for, you have to have had at least one guess, and turn result. So our check for is candidate is live, which means we should not save a single high score. So I'm going to delete all these high score files. Golf, marathon, sprint, latest replay. It's all done. No replays left. No high scores left. Wow. M underscore mode equals. Okay. So let's run this once in marathon. One in marathon. So we're going to surrender. And nothing was written out to the file, so that's good. Now if we play, if we solve one, oops, M, E, D, there's the rest of my letters, B, Y, blank, it's not B, it is Y, amity, very nice, good word, not bad. Now if we surrender, it should have saved it. Oh, greater than 1? Greater than 0. So that should have worked. So it deleted the last replay. It said update. Oh, it was a loss. What? Why is this? State is lose in marathon. Okay, let's simplify this. Let's just return this. Game scene. End the game. Okay, fine. Submit the guess. If we're in golf or sprint modes, fine. Oops. To do timestamp. So real word, guess submitted. If we're in sprint or play mode. Game is sprint or golf. It's a loss just because you failed a word. Otherwise, oh, because you hit surrender. Surrender is always. Okay, so if m underscore level Greater than 1. Then it's a win. Otherwise, it's a loss. Lose. You can do better. It's like you haven't guessed a single word when you lose. Okay, so we have to lose legitimately. That's what we have to do to test this. Debug. Surrender is a loss. Can't be a quitter and still win. So we run it. Okay, so we're gonna fill this out. Prime, lunch, toads, ultra, demon, chips, space, rhino, stump, cloud, lines, match, Edie, frogs, jacks, waxed, intro, human, vocals, guard. Uh-oh. What? Well, that's awkward. Okay. Is there... Okay, if it's a real word, and we submitted it. If we're past our allowed number of guesses, that's a lose. Otherwise, it's in marathon mode, which means you should have really gotten a level. End game works in other places. Is that true? Let's test this. I haven't actually done this in a while, so let's go to sprint mode. Cheat. Enter. Cheat. Enter. I'll have to get 6 of these, so. Cheat. Enter. Cheat. So much cheating. Okay, we're at 6 of 6. And we might as well let this run up 10 seconds, right? Why make it so easy? Congratulations, you did it in some amount of time. And now there's a record there. So let's go back into sprint, play. All right, prime, lunch, toads, ultra, human base, human chips, waste, rhino, stump, proud, lines, match, Edie, flogs, jacks, waxed, intro opens, human, which we are not detecting the end case correctly. The timer's not stopping. We have no more user input allowed. So it's not getting to here. The guess was submitted. It's in that slot. Huh. And it's not mode-specific problem. I recognize the word. I've seen that pop up plenty. I haven't actually played through to a loss in a while. Is there a bug for this? Blah, blah. Really? I don't have that bug. Okay, well, let's go to our journal and enter it as a bug. Bug. Not detecting losses correctly when guesses are used up. Okay. So in game scene, the problem happens in here. Okay. Let's just log something rather than run a debug trace through it. Yeah, it's modulus D out of modulus D, which is yes index, yes count. Now tell me what the numbers are doing. First guess index not being incremented until later, so let's see here. Prime lunch, toads, ultra demon, face, rhino, cloud, lines, chips, stump, match, Ely vlogs, jacks, wax, inked, under, ankle, crypt. Always a fun word to discover. Yes, 19 out of 20. Okay, so I guess we just change. It to be like that. It's nice that it's Friday tomorrow. Any plans for the weekend? Yes, Friday. Oh, Friday's compiler day. Yeah. Let's see here. This weekend, yes. My daughter has a birthday, and we're having some family over for Indian buffet on Sunday. My wife makes a very good sog and korma, and then my sister will probably bring some tikka masala. We'll all cook up some naan. I do like a nice Indian meal. They're good. I like those rich, savory flavors, the strong flavors that fight over your tongue, over your taste buds. Yeah, and it's a big crew. It's quite a lot of people between the two families, so it'll be lots of noise. I think ice cream is the plan. That daughter's not really into cake, so my wife will probably make some homemade ice creams. Yeah, it's a great fun, great fun. What are your big plans for the weekend? If only I could remember the other parentheses. There we go. It's time for a new gum. That one's losing its flavor. Oh, 2:30. Yeah. Now you sound like you need a weekend. So what do you do to unwind? Um, Human. under which crank, ghost. I still like crypt. That's a great one. And clean. You can do better. Yeah, so we're on word 0. Nothing was saved to the high scores. Nothing works. Okay, good. Now if we play, we actually win. A word. What do we got? Oh, lunch, ultra demon, so no CHIPS. Let's try to stump proud lines. Interesting words. Rhino is out. LE. No D, no M. T or A. Therefore, U must be in. A has to be in, therefore T is out. BD. Flogs. Jacks. Next. What is this letter? Not FG. Not JK. Not BY. Not WX. It's gotta be a. We can cheat equal. Oh, there we go. So if we get this word done, and then we lose, it should still be a win. Let's see here. What did I say? It's like chips, match. Well, chips. Stump, inhuman, under, fling, train is fine, and good run. So that counts as a win. It created the Highscores file for me. Perfect. It's good. We're winning. Okay, so Highscores, all of that's done. Let's go clean up our logging. Highscore entry. Log. Okay, and it now works as expected. That no longer happens. Save. Oh, no, log. Log is fine. We can leave those ones alone. Okay. Highscore manager is file f highscore. Delete replay. Okay, scores. That goes away. Errors can stay. We want to keep errors around just in case. We do not want to log every Highscore every time we save. And we'll keep the file close error around. Loading, errors fine. Warnings fine. Insert. Top. Yep. Push. Copy things. In reverse order. Fun times. Insert. And count. Okay. We do not need to do an entry logs. Log. Update Highscores. We don't need to do that. Oh, and on load Highscores, we do not need to log all those either. Okay. All we need to do now. My plan is just to relax, order food of mine, have it delivered, just chill. Maybe some good wine and whiskey in the evening. Okay, all right. Sounds good. What do you do? Like read books, play video games, watch movies? What's your relaxing? Okay, do this. Oops, the R is in. What am I doing? P is out. P is out. Oh, F and G. Very cute. Frigs, frigs, riffs. What is a frig? Define frigs. That is not at all correct. I do not want you to define frogs. I want you to define frigs. Intransitive verb. Oh, well, that one probably should be removed from the list. That feels more like slang. What is this doing in my dictionary? Huh. Odd. Anyway, watch movies is what I like to do to relax. Nice, nice. So what's your favorite movie? What's the best one? Or I mean, you can give a list of like 2 or 3. I don't want to be discriminatory, but like what's a short list of must-watch movies? I assume that yeah. I'm just curious. Prime, lunch, foods, even chips, laced, rhino, proud, match, BD, fox, jacks, waxed, inked human. Oh, it's a good run. Shucks, we didn't make it. But marathon should now have 2 entries. Close in time, but good. Okay. I think that counts as tested. Quit. And now we can, and there was nothing logging wise that I needed to pay attention to. Good. Alright, we're counting it. Journal. That's all done and tested, and the bug was fixed it. Fixed it. Wow. Woo! Also found a bug with detecting end of game fixed with a simple off by 1 index. Correct. Done. Okay, get status. Get add everything. Get high scores and replays are being tracked correctly. No. Phew. Okay. Oh, so we're doing all the bookkeeping. All the high scores are there. They store everything I need to display, which leaves us with the high scores seen. So that's the next one. Well, sort of. Sort of, because what we've got right now, if you will remember, is in high score entry when we're saving it out. Save. We're actually cheating. We're just hard coding in Harvey because player name right now is null no matter what. I need a way to pop up and ask. Some movies that always work are Aliens, Terminator 2, Born Ultimatum for action. Sometimes I like to try and find new horror movies to like. Okay, okay. So pretty much the old classics, nothing too recent. Okay. Hard to argue with the classic status of those ones. Born Ultimatum. I have to admit, the Bourne movies didn't get me as much. I read the book first, the first book, and there's like a whole other layer of plot that the movie never touches. It basically stops at you're the assassin, and the book goes like this whole other twist below that. So like they completely changed the whole character in the movie, and that kind of ruined it for me. Is like, no, he's not actually the assassin. He's this other thing. So you gotta read the book, and then once you take that away, and I know they didn't have time probably to develop the full plot, but like they removed a whole layer of character that changes everything one more time. So it kind of put me off the movie. Matt Damon's fine. He's good. The action was okay. I didn't like the shaky cam as much, but it's not as bad as like some like what do we got like Liam Neeson movies. Those are so shaky cam you can't see anything. For an ultimatum, you can see some. It was a little bit better than that. Just trying less to hide Matt Damon's movements and more to increase the frantic pace of the scenes. With Liam Neeson, it's like you can't move right, so we got to shake things up so we can't see what's going on. But yeah, just an opinion. Yeah, the book's really good. Born Identity. I'm trying to remember which was which. I think the second one. There were some fun things about that. By the time I hit the third one, I kind of lost interest. In terms of books, yeah, books. But I mean, it was a fun watch. It's just not one I go back to watch very often. Like I said, Matt Damon does a fine job. Um, um, um. Let me think. Where do I want to get the user's name? User's name. I want to skip that for now. I don't want to work on that. I want to work on the other thing. High score scene display. We have marathon has 2 entries. Sprint should have 1 entry. One of those has the latest replay. And golf is empty. So that should test all the use cases that I have for displaying high scores. I think that's correct. So let's go do this. Let's go do the high score scene. That sounds like more fun to me. We've spent so much time on the console, it's time to build some UI. High scores scene. My bad. Okay. Text m underscore title or mode title. Text m underscore title. I will just call it mode. Text m underscore I score 1. Text has an empty constructor, so we can just declare an array of these bad boys. Yes. High scores. The high score manager we need. We'll need a high score entry because we are going to walk through those. Therefore, this is Highscore Manager, and we need to make that public. Okay, Highscores C. Max Highscores. I guess that's about it. Oh, we need buttons. More buttons. M_score button for each mode. We'll do this way. Button, marathon, button sprint, button, marathon, sprint. What else we got? Golf. Man, going blank here. Highscores scene. Now, mainstream movies after like 2010 are a lot of times so boring and annoying, so that's why I mostly stick to the classics for mainstream. There are quite a lot of smaller budget movies that are usually much better. Yeah, typically agree. I'm trying to think. My wife and I went and saw the first Hobbit movie in theater and were very disappointed. And we saw, I think, Avatar, the first one, not the blue people one. Smurf Fern Gully Dances with Wolves one. And weren't too impressed with that. Like the visuals were great, but why would you like it? The story was not that interesting. And I don't think we've been to the theater again after those two bombs. And we just haven't seen anything that really made us want to go to the theater. So yeah, we watched a lot of old movies. I'm trying to think, when were those? Let's see here. Hobbit. I don't remember dates very well. I don't remember dates and times, places. Like I don't do well with navigation. 2012. Yeah, that was garbage. And Avatar 2009. Yeah, so that was about the time I was running out of interest in going to theater for any movies. There are two pretty recent movies that are mainstream, really good for repeat watching. Those are Avengers, Infinity War, Avengers Endgame. Okay, alright. I got as far as Age of Ultron before I started losing interest in Marvel, but I have heard good things about Infinity War and Endgame. Maybe, I'm so close to just being at the end of the whole event, first saga there, but just never got around to those two. Fit Rioter, welcome back, stranger. How's it going? How are you? We're doing Highscores today. We finally got all the bookkeeping, file saving, updating, replay file tracking, all that's done. So now we're going to display that stuff. Finally. Put the button back at the bottom. I guess I'm more of a reader anyways than a movie watcher. So many good books in the world. And I can buy a Dead Tree copy and I will keep it forever. Unlike, streaming services, everybody's moving away from DVDs and Blu-rays. You gotta use Emacs as an OS or just do coding or Gmode. Coding in org mode. Right now I'm using it pretty much, yeah, more as my OS, I guess. Like I run everything out of my shell here with Bash and Emacs, and I guess I'm using Bash. I'm not really using like Dured mode, right? I'm not really using this much. I should, Like there's all these features in Emacs that I should be using and could be using. I just haven't spent the time to learn those keyboard commands. So I think after this game is done, we might take a couple of days to rebuild my Emacs from scratch, choose some modes to update. No, I'm not using it for email. I've thought about it. I haven't gotten around to that either. Like Usenet groups and email and Dured mode. Like I just need to spend the time to learn them. So we might spend a couple of days when this project is over doing an Emacs tutorial / my own workspace overhaul. Mostly just coding, use it to run my bash shell, org mode, yeah. Yep. Or calculator, like there's somebody who can calculate things, and I do on occasion, but there's like calendar mode. Like I'm not using org mode to its fullest. You should be able to, have it manage your to-do lists a lot less manually than I do, but so yeah. I need to call back. So Highscores C, let's see here. Can't find scores scene, better file. We need a void show Highscores given a game context, which I do not have. Play mode. Okay, so that's one thing we'll have to do. Man, the bots are always here. So like FitWriter, are you bringing the bots with you? You get like a couple of pennies every time I mention the bots in my chat. I would accept the bots if they paid me for the privilege of jumping in on my stream, but or if they even or even if they just stayed for a while, like boosted my numbers, right? Wouldn't that be worth it? Be like, okay, you can advertise your bots if you stick around for an hour. You don't have to watch, just leave your screen open and on. Mute it if you want to, but they just pop in and interrupt. Shame on them. I guess we should keep track of which play mode we are displaying. Do that. We're just going to throw something in here. Game context, play mode. Call. After we do layout, we'll say show Highscores, game context, play mode, marathon. We'll say if m_mode is not equal to the new mode. Then we do things, including m_mode, mode m_mode, mode label mode. Mode subtitle, that's what we do. Set text equal to game context. Play mode name of m_mode. So that's easy. Yeah, just for views. Kind of like why people allow trolls to exist on their Discord for engagement. Yeah, I won't lie, my Discord's not the most exciting place yet, but we also don't have any bots in there, so mostly you're just gonna get the old announcements. Think about this. We want a number of rows headings. Number of rows and a number of columns. And our columns are name, date, result. So 3. So we're going to go with static const int column count equals 3. Column count. There we go. Okay. Oh. We could use color quads to lay out things a bit as well. Maybe we'll do that. But I'm not going to do that right now. Color quads. Okay, we need to initialize all this stuff. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We just get the title to flip between, that'll be great. Mode. There's the buttons. Oh, we need the register. That's what we're doing. So underscore button marathon set callback. Oh, that worked well. Lambda show high scores of in context. Oh, it needs to be this. I need this. In context play mode marathon. Semicolon bracket thing. Okay. Marathon. We want marathon. Sprint 2. Marathon and golf. Oh, math. All right, this one. There we go. Line things up because we can. Things tend to be easier once they're lined up. I didn't used to be as aggressive about lining things up, but if there's a block of things that are similar, lining it up makes it easier to read. Okay, so we have callbacks. We might as well log it, right? Log note. Showing high scores for thing. Our thing is this. Sure. Sure. Okay, so that's buttons initialized. Sort of. Where do I want these to appear? On the left side? Probably on the left side. Okay. Laying out buttons down the left side. Title and mode subtitle will be centered in the remaining space. Then that'll tell us where to draw the rest of our high scores table. Where are we at? 3 o'clock? Yeah, we got time. We got time. So do layout. I've got the button positioned at the bottom center of the screen. So on the Let's see. Oh. Time to lay out. So what I need is a screen, a pen. Oh, new pen. It hasn't been broken in yet. We have the back button here. Marathon, sprint, and golf. Think of it as 4 quadrants, then a title. It's like Highscores, marathon. There'll be a header. Oops, whatever. Cells. Okay, thinking something like that. Let's see here. Not a great camera and not a great drawing, but something like that. I think that's what we're aiming for. So the back button, I'm just gonna leave it alone for now. This int x really just kind of belongs here. So this x is basically exactly where a button needs to be centered on the screen, horizontally. Okay, so we need 1/2 of the screen height. Because we're going to position marathon, sprint, and golf buttons. Oh, button, marathon, button, sprint, button, sprint, and golf. Int x is something, int y will be something. Oops. X will be, I guess, a big space from the edge for these ones. Y, it's going to be 1/2 the screen height minus small buttons, small buttons, small button, small button will be like 150 and 30. Sure, we can play with it later. Minus small button height. So we take half the screen, we move up half the height of one button, then I'll center one button there. Divided by 2. And then move up big space, let's put a small space. 5 pixels. Plus a small space plus a small button height. And we could simplify that equation, whatever. This is basically where this one will start. Set rectangle at x, y, small button, oops, width small button height. And then y plus equals small button height plus a small space. There we go. Sprint and golf. Okay. That should throw the buttons up on the screen. On render underscore button marathon. Sprint golf. Underscore title dot render. Mode subtitle. What else we need here? We need the headings and the Highscores. Or index equals 0, index less than column count, which is Highscores C column count plus index. For entry index equals 0, entry index less than Highscores, Highscore manager, max Highscores. You can see Highscore manager. I need the number of Highscores, so that's the thing we'll have to do. Now let's just add an int. Num Highscores. Return Highscore count. Maybe that's better name for it. Highscore count. Oh, wait. There we go. Highscore count. No, let's just do num Highscores. I don't want to name collision here. I'm not gonna prefix it here. For each entry, for each index column index underscore Highscores entry index column index render. which is basically that. I think that's everything we need to render for now. Okay. So we have big space, small button width, big space from our height. That's just gone. For our width. What am I going to call that? Remaining width equals frame width minus big space times 2 and a small button width. Let's go 4. So it's big space, buttons, big space, table, big space, and that's the end of the frame. So that's 4 big spaces. Remaining width. So x equals space times 2 plus a small button width. So that's like our new x. Therefore, I'm going to title.set rectangle. We are now ready to do this. Oh, well. Are we ready to do this? Set alignment text be align center text horizontal alignment off center. X. Y can just be a big space, right? Oops, not it. Y equals big space. Then we need a width. It can be the remaining width, that's fine. And its height can be height. Scale versus height. Let's go 75 pixels. It doesn't really matter. We're going to change it anyways because we know what it looks like. Title height. Subtitle height. 50. Set the rectangle, then y plus equals it's a lot, it's a little better, a little easier to see what's going on. Oh, there we go. Y plus equals title height plus a big space. Mode subtitle set rectangle, x, y, remaining width, subtitle height. Okay. So I should put title and subtitle where they belong. set text color. Color of, I don't know, just something in for now. It's good enough. We want it to be visible on a black background. Then we set the rectangles. We're not doing any font size things yet. So we should do that. Travest, time for bed? Yes. You get some good rest, and we will see you tomorrow for Compiler's Day. Thanks for dropping in. Always appreciate your comments. Pheasants. Your discussion on cinema, literature. I guess I was the one talking about literature. But yeah, have a good one. Scale versus height. We're gonna make the title big-ish, I guess. Subtitle font you can make large-ish, int, big, but font. Big button 2 or something. Small button font 24. I don't know. Now take these buttons and give them small button fonts. And the back button. Big button font. There you go. Those are those. Image with title. Not set font size. Title. Font. Mode subtitle. Let's see. Subtitle font. Oops. What the? Int. Header font. It's basically that. That's fine. Then item font. 20? Sure. Go. Okay. Then here. Set font size. Item font. These also need to be laid out up here somewhere. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay. All right. Some things should show up on the screen. We're laying out title and subtitle and the 3 buttons. They are in the render, and there is a button for switching, which should do things. Highscores scene. Okay, that's fine. Alright, here we go. Trying to see how. Ooh, okay. What? Okay, fine. Okay. I didn't want to put the actual constant in that file, but it's fine. But the back will be initialized after things that matter. I thought that was the idea. Where did I move mode to? Up above everything. Identifier before that thing. I thought I deleted that column. Okay. I did not change that one to entry index. Typos. Let's not set font size, it's set text size. So set font size and set text size. Oof, getting closer. Copy pasted that, so that makes sense. Oops. There we go. All right. Straight letter G. Okay. Error 2. Full definition of Highscore manager. Oh, wait, no. Make it static counts within a namespace. That was it. So we still have to declare our constants that way. Oh, okay. Also, we should do a full clean. Since we changed things in a way that will probably break the layout. Oops, pardon me, Mr. Skeleton. Okay. 330, actually making good progress. If this layout's not too hideous, a little tweaking here and there, then we can display the table. force mono width behavior, regardless of what else is going on. Alright, perfect. Let's run it. Okay, we go to Highscores. Marathon. Well, there's marathon, sprint, and golf. Marathon, sprint, golf. Back. Quit. Okay. Well, we clearly have an issue. In that underscore title. Set text. Highscores. Let's see how that looks. Marathon, sprint, golf. Yep, okay. Never does duplicate entry, so that means we're selectively doing things the right way. Center it over this back. Center it over here. Do I have to center back this? I'm not sure how I feel about this back button and this Highscores. I can either bring Highscores over the back button, or I can move the back button under the Highscores and create this space. I don't know that I care enough right now to deal with that, but the layout is not the worst yet. So here we go. We should set the text colors for those things as well. So let's get those. Set text color. I don't know what text color I want. The header should be, I guess, white for now. We're going to switch this around later, but these can be red, green. Oh, let's just go wild here. Let's make it really obvious what's going on here. 128. 0, 25, 128. We'll try that. So that does that. The layout, however, we have an X and we have a Y. So we need is a cell width. Oops. There's something somewhere. Okay. It's cell width equals remaining width divided by Highscores seen column count. I also want to set alignment to center and center. Okay, so we're setting their text, we're setting their alignment, set their font sizes down here. What we really need is positions. So our cell width is whatever. We have an X and a Y. Header font 24. So we should go 30 and 25 for height. Cell width. Int header height. Cell W. There we go. Header height equals. I said 30. And cell height can be 25 or something. Okay. Set rectangle. Set rectangle to X, Y, cell width, header height. Then X plus equals cell width. And we go through here, and X equals. Where did I set X? Back to this one. Set rectangle X, Y, cell width, cell height. X plus equals cell width. At the end of every one, Y plus equals cell. Oof. I hope that's all right. While we're here, we could set the text just enough so we can see what's going on. Set text. Let's see if that table shows up about where we think it should. Did I copy paste that again incorrectly? Wow. I don't know if I'm so good at this. Oh, I had it commented out. So, yeah, okay. Okay, easy enough. Let's display our high scores. Well, there's the headers. So this will be name, date, result. Nothing else is showing. And that is indeed a hideous greenish. This one will be more bluish. Set alignment, set text. These all have the item font size, which is fine. So reset our X at the start of every row. And for each column, Highscore entry index, column index, set rectangle somewhere. X plus equals cell width. At the end of each row, we bump down. Top of the next row, we just reset our X. That should be okay. So there's something wrong with our render function. think I'm rendering them all. Pat, what's up, man? Making food. Nice, nice. How are things coming? We've got the high score tracking all done. We are just displaying high scores now. So this should be the easy part. This should be done today, in theory. So yeah, things are going good, except these little X's are not displaying. Text color. Set their alignment. Set the text. No, right? X's and O's for tic-tac-toe. For each of these, this is working. That seems to be fine. For every entry in our hub. Oh, because it's. Nope. Max. We need to go through the max high scores. And we're initializing. We've initialized all of them. This is setting fonts. We can do that there. On render, we will render them all. There we go. There we go. That one. The only one that's set text size. Okay, no bracket there. This one needs a bracket. This one needs a bracket. This one needs not. Okay, I think we've got that. So they should all now show. What are you making, Pat? Well, it sounds like something delicious to me, so. Okay, so I need to bump the Y down. Otherwise, that doesn't look too bad. Get a little more height around those two. Okay, so then we finished going through the headers. Then Y plus equals header height plus a big space. Say small space. Oops. Try that. SOS. Yeah. Right now, let's say right now it sounds good, but maybe time for my snack time, not sandbox. High scores. There we go. There's our table. There's our table. So, let me set this text. I actually want to do it a little bit different. 0, set text. 8. 1, it's going to be date and time. Headings 2 gets set down here. Switch. Mode. Game content. Play mode. Marathon. Words solved. And break. Sprint. And golf. Time. Total guesses. Switch. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's cranking away today. Here we go. Highscores. Name, date or time. Date and time. Yeah, oh, that would be better. Words solved. On a sprint, it's time. Total guesses. Nice. My layout. I feel like there needs to be bigger space between title and tables. There was set rectangle for those things. I don't think it'll make a big difference, but that's okay. Okay. So we want to address this in 2 chunks. Could do. Define column name as 0, column time is 1, find column result as 2. Column name, column time. Column of result. That'll be a little more readable, especially since we're going to iterate through all the entries here in a minute. My back feels like I threw it out a bit. Yeah, I just had a bit of a flare up last week. I took this week as like an easy week on my exercise, so hopefully it's all better. Next week I can return to my normally scheduled program, but I've been basically riding bikes and hiking up the hill. Not quite the same. Yeah, backs, you only get one back, so take good care of it. Okay, there's a few changes. Let's just see how it looks. Yeah, so is it like ibuprofen, heating, colding, you have some exercises and stretches you do or anything? Okay. All right. Core muscles need strengthening to stop from slipping discs. Yep. That sounds like a typical programmer problem, actually. Less than Highscore manager, num Highscores plus entry index. underscore high scores. Is that what I call them? Really? Okay, good. High scores at entry index subcolumn name set text to wait. Okay, so here's the thing we do not have. So we have the number of high scores. We have the maximum high scores. We need to get a high score entry. Game context, play mode, and index. Okay. Here's how this is going to work. Load high scores file for the load. I need to make this actually public. That's probably what needs to happen. I don't mind that being at the end, it's fine. Now high scores. Assert are high scores loaded. Assert loaded high scores mode. Oh, no, we don't have to do that. Entry. I don't have a. We do this one other place, I'm pretty sure. Here. Okay. And operation. Load high scores file, that one right there. End our operation. Is this here? Okay, so entry. That was the main thing now. assert this video is less than or equal to index, and assert index is less than our high score count. You'd never know I set up my computer for hours and hours every day just by looking at me either. I don't look like someone that sits at their PC a lot. Yeah. You know, I started having back problems long before I put on this much weight. It's definitely sitting, regardless of what you weigh or anything like that. Sitting is brutal. It is not good for you. So our indexes are okay. We have something loaded. You know what? Okay, high score count, our host. Okay, good. So that changes things a little bit. We're going to load and end high score scene. High score scene here. Okay. High score manager load and letters load. Then we end operation. For each thing in number of high scores, which we now have a valid operation for, we set the text equal to high score manager. Oops. Entry. Actually, let's just get the entry. High score entry pointer entry equals at entry index. Set text entry point to player name. It's here. High scores entry. Give out player name. Replay timestamp string. Perfect. Timestamp string. Okay, this one depends on what mode we're in. It's actually not that bad. If mode equals game context play mode. Sprint, we do one thing. Otherwise, we do the other thing. In this case, int s equals timestamp. Result. Entry dot result divided by 1,000 milliseconds is the remainder. So we put in s and milliseconds. All right, let's see how bad we did. Oh, that's not quite right either. That's 0.2, 0.2. Then I'm going to go through from the number of high scores, to high score manager max high scores. Oops, not column name. Column time. Column result. There we go. Yes, I think that's right. Okay. Let's see what it does. High scores. In this one, Harvey on 0905. So today, 14:26:46. That's our local time. Oh, he solved that word really fast. I'm not sure I believe that. I don't remember what the. Let's see. So this is in marathon. So let's marathon. There should be 2 entries in marathon. That first one should be 2. One. Marathon. Oh, here. Okay. Let's go to sprint. Sprint has this wrong name. Okay. Well, clearly there's still some issues. Let's see. You never know. Okay, let's see. Yeah. But um, load a Highscores file. For 0 to the number of high scores, fill in real data. Oh, that's part of the problem here. Sprint is time, everything else just gets an integer. Oh, you know what? Might as well switch it. Switch. Nah, that's fine. Home result. Okay. All right, we'll get there. High scores. Okay, marathon I think has 2 entries. So we've solved one word. Sprint mode was 10 seconds. Could be, I guess. Golf mode crashes because we're asking for an index, which is a little bit odd. Since the answer should be 0, right? Known things is 0. Log note. Setting entry thing. Entry index. This D, which is the number of high scores. Clearing entry modulus thing of modulus thing, which is entry index and high score manager max high scores. So let's see what's going on here. I really would expect it to be a marathon move, I'm pretty sure. High scores. Setting entry 0 of 1. Clearing entry 1 of 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sprint. And golf. Why does golf think it has one? Whenever we show high scores, we load and we end. I think it might be just about snack time. Actually, let's do this. Let's high school manager. Percent sure that those load operations were working correctly not too long ago. I would be shocked if they weren't. Assert high scores are loaded. Or index equals 0, index is less than max not max high scores. Nope. High score count plus index. High scores modulus S modulus D. Game context. Play mode name of loaded high scores. And high score count. Entries dot log. So after we load, log it. Let's see what we have. Oh, return statement. Oh, good heavens, return. Ay. So we just been getting junk values and that's why everything's weird. I'll bet that fixes it. Okay, high scores. There's 2 of them. Different dates, same number of words solved. Sprint only has 1. And golf mode has none, and it works. Perfect. back. Quit. High score scene. I'm already gonna tell you I have to change that, but high scores scene. And this one. All right, we have high scores done. I mean, done. Done. There's one more feature we want to add to this, but we're gonna do the external high score scene display. Refactor high scores scene to high score scene. And high scores need replay buttons. That worked. There, pretty good. Okay, so let's just compile this one last time, fire it up, make sure it doesn't die. High scores. Marathon, sprint, total guesses. Perfect. Everybody's named Harvey here, but we can clear all that out easy enough. Okay. Not too shabby. Actually, there's one more thing I want to add. What do we got left? We've got more than an hour and a half. Let's go back to journal. One more thing. Oh, come on. There we go. I just keep fingering stuff here. High scores, highlight, latest replay. Okay. So we got like 3 nice, easy things to do. But let's save our work here. Get status, and then I'm going to go on a snack run. Get add everything. Get net-m. High scores are now displayed nicely. Some loose ends, art. Oh, the other thing we probably need. High scores, animate transitions. Animation. Since our animation needed, not functional. Which probably means that didn't get add everything, get mid dash mint, dash no edit. All right, I think we're good there. Let's go on a snack run. And pick you up on the other side. Okay, and we are back. One other thing I forgot to put in ye old journal is table needs some color quads. Highscores table. Yeah, I think that's a decent list of things. We can probably knock out most of these pretty quickly in the next hour. Don't want to do these two things yet. Those are like the larger items. So let's go refactor things. Highscores scene. Name file and buffer. Highscores scene. Highscores scene. Highscores scene. Alright. There we go. Rename file and buffer. Highscores scene. Place all of that junk. Then what? Need to go to scene manager. Highscore scene. Highscore scene. Might be about it. File clean and debug. See what we get. Simple refactor. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay. Simple refactor, but we forgot a step. That one. So it's not going to work. Mm-hmm. Oh, for Pete's sake. I have to afford to clear that there. That is ridiculous. I object. Most strenuously. Okay, well that refactor is done. Do color quads first. Then highlight. Called it get move. If I'm remembering right. I don't do that often. Get move documentation. Okay. Only way to get this to work properly. Put the name back. And tell Git to rename it. Which again seems a little bit silly. So that would work. Let's move this one. Okay. Renamed Highscores into Highscores C. Yeah, the important thing is I didn't want to count all these as lines of change. Okay. Okay. Journal. We're going to add some colored quads to our table. No, I want high scores seen. Button, we probably get text in here. Color quad. Oh. Do this in a single drop call. Why not? Okay, we're gonna do this two different ways. Three different ways. We need to know how many quads. So we have high score scene. Sure, that can come in near the top. We need the high score scene column count times max high scores. That's 1 plus 1. Good luck us. What are the chances? Like, all these are known. So we need the number of rows of the table, plus 1 for the header, plus 1 extra cell for a backing that I'm going to do. I think that's it. Let's just see if that compiles. High score scene. Color quad count. I guess we'll compute it in the header then. Static const int color quad count equals const expert probably, right? All right, we'll try that. Okay, did not complain. High score scene. Okay. So I set the first quadrant equal to xy remaining width. Now the table height is title. No, not title height. What am I saying? The height is header height plus 10 times cell height. Actually, why am I saying 10? High score scene. Oh no, high score manager max. High scores times cell height. Plus a big space. We will set the color to, set it to white. It's like a pale yellow or something. It doesn't really matter. We just need something that's obvious. Actually, yeah, let's do a nice yellow, like 128 or something. Okay. Okay, so 0 gets that, 0 gets that. So I have this XY width and height. Table cells set quad rectangle. Do this. Color table back, the background, BG background. Let's just make this so we can find all the colors at once. 28. Header background is it's with a gray, like a 128, 28, 128, sure. A cell background, which can be 92, 92. Just the differentiable. Let's go the other way for now. 64, 64, 64. I think the darker colors will be easier to debug in this case. Okay. One plus x, gonna get the rectangle. X plus 1, y, oh no. X, y, cell width, header height. Now, plus 1, minus 2, minus 2. Table background. Set color. Looking good, heading out. All right, JTL, thanks for dropping in. Always appreciate it. My current bank account will still be lurking. Nice. I'm exhausted today. I think it's the cold. Yeah, it's cooling off. People are moving into hibernation mode. So this one will be 1 plus Highscores. Oops. Column count plus index. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, in theory, on render, we do want to render before the table, so m underscore color quads dot render the thing. I already forgot what I called it. Table cells. M underscore table cells. What are the odds? Odds are that I have a typo already and it's not good. Match function for call to set to color or set color. Set quad color. That's right. Oh, oh, oh. Right, cell index is going to be equal to 1 plus column count plus cell index. Try that. Iterate through our table a couple different ways. Run it. Highscores, and we blow up. Because I forgot to do a clean and again. Clean and build. Here we go. Yep, winter is a time for sitting in an armchair, reading books, watching movies, hanging out with family, drinking hot cocoa. It's not really a get out there and do things kind of weather. See if we blow things up. Okay. So that yellow does not extend as far as it should. pull that big space out of there. Which leaves me with still not that height. So let's take a big space out. XY, the remaining width, fine. Header height plus the total number of high scores times my cell height, so 10 times whatever. That big space should not be in there. So how is this height not correct? All right. No effort. Z's, the best viewers are here. Yes, you are correct. How's it going? Well, low effort Z's, we've just about got high scores all done. We're recording replays. So next week we'll be playing back replays, which is actually pretty good progress in the last week. That's not bad. I have wrangled the elephant turned fly that was generating package config entries for my project with Auto Tools. Yes, Auto Tools, package config. These bring back sad memories for me, which turn out to be trivial, but it's really nice to have the template set up with macros and macro entries, so the project name and version and the prefix are picked up automatically. And you didn't need to write makefile with set entries. Oh yeah, as long as you don't have to start writing your own bash scripts, that's when you know you've really jumped the shark. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. That does puzzle me. Height of the header is the number of rows times the cell height. Hmm. Hmm. Let's do this just so we don't get this space is mismatched. You had to work with Auto Tools? No, but so let's see here. The story I was a developer on a team, and there was a DevOps team, And so if things went wrong in the build, test, deploy, validate pipelines, I would call them. So there's always something. And to be fair, I wrote my own good amount of glue code and bash scripts and whatnot to make things talk to each other. So yeah, auto tools I haven't directly used, but every time something broke, they would complain about it. So I was just glad that there was a DevOps team. That would have murdered me if I had to actually figure out the whole system and blah. Okay, so those are 1 pixel. That pixel's off. And the height is just straight up wrong. Huh. The height of my header plus number of rows times my cell height. How is that not? Add header height once. Then I add, oh, small space. I'm adding small spaces here. Oh. Yeah, let's not do that. Not sure why that small space is in there. There's like 50,000 lines of code in those installed shell scripts in the repo now. Yeah, exactly. They just blow up and it doesn't solve the problem. It creates, it moves the problem. Now instead of fixing the actual problem, you're now fixing auto tools. But anyway, I have maybe 100 lines of C source involved. C in your auto tools? Ooh. Okay, that table is much closer to right. Much closer. So, we're eventually going to make a few changes here and there. Oh, header height. No, this is cell height. Okay, we should be close. Kind of using the opportunity to study packaging. Well, you're probably a better man than I am. I really don't want to know about packaging. The less I know about it, the happier I am. The less I have to use it, the even happier I am. I just want to install my basic developer tools, manually copy the dependencies, and then never think about it again. I know you can't get away with that in a commercial environment, I know. That's there we go. And now last piece. Highscores scene. Header height. +1, plus all that. Might be relevant for the employment I'm pursuing. Yeah. No, learn the tools for what you want to work on. Absolutely. I just don't want to end up in DevOps or similar. Okay. Layout issues aside, color choice issues aside, not too shabby. I feel like the fonts aren't differentiated enough. I just feel like I can give a little bit more height. So let's go to header height. Let's make it 40 pixels. Let's make these 30 pixels. Header font, let's make it a little bigger. 30. Let's change some colors now. Table background is going to be pretty dark. Let's go with this one, 64. 64. 4. That was a nice darkish gray. Shouldn't be too distracting from the black. The header background. And this one, we go to like 128. 28. Not 192. Let's go to 164. Color, header, text. 255, 255, 255. Make it white. And cell text. I don't know. Okay, where we set the text color. Right here. Let's see. Heading color, header text. Cell text. Okay. Yep, if you want to study something, like packaging or whatever, you need a project, you need to dig in and just start using it, learning the hard way. The total table height. My current thought is to try to center this so it's vertically aligned with these. But anyway, we have the colors, we got things in. All very black and white. I'm not a good colorist. Let's make some colors. Header text. Should be probably like a blue. Maybe a 164. We'll throw the green in, like 64. Maybe some red. Just to make it less dark. Cell text. Get a nice green. 28. Green is very bright color, so 432. You'll have to brighten it up or darken it up a bit. Yeah, that green isn't great. That blue is nice, though. That's not bad at all. So maybe not a green. Maybe just do it. We just need to brighten it up. 64, 28, well, 92, 92, 148. Also, low projects builds in a container environment, so I can't really have persistent junk cluttering the environment. Yep. Like I said, I feel like it just moves moves the suffering instead of fixing it. Go black. Just go black. Well, I mean, it solves the issue. Yeah. Okay. That's readable. That's slightly less hideous. Maybe we'll change that background color just a bit. Where's my background color? Oh, 92. Oh, that's even better. Look at that. Kind of pops. Very nice. Now, technically, I know the height of the full table here. Oops. Plot index, plot index. I know the full height of the table. Table height is 1. But we don't need to be at this y. This y we can recompute based on move 1/2 screen height minus, oops, let's go back, minus table height divided by 2. There we go. So that should send to the table vertically. Like sometimes you have shared library objects picked up from your system, and then when your user runs it, they get missing error or something. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's better. That vertical alignment, much better. I want to squish this table narrower. Which probably means shrinking this text size. Also, I want to force mono width. Set force mono width. It's just a layout trick. It doesn't make it mono width. It just makes the letters spaced evenly. One thing is that. Next thing, table width. Let's talk table width. The remaining width. Where do I even compute that? There it is. Frame minus this stuff. 4 spaces, small button width. I don't remove twice as much. And cell width would be table width divided by columns. And the first quad at that's this one. Table width +1. Do you have shadows for your GUI elements? No, not yet. It is a possibility I have thought of, but I have not. Okay, that's not bad. The cells are. This is much more centered. We can put buttons down here for the replays. And our text doesn't fit at all, so that's fine. Just need to shrink those font sizes down. So our header font needs to be smaller, and these things need to be smaller. 22. Yeah, I don't think shadows would be hard for UI. I can just use a color quad as a child element with an offset. One color quad draw in addition to whatever you're drawing is not going to break the bank. Yeah, we're over 2000 FPS in debug mode. So date and time space out way too much. I guess we can't uniform force mono width on these. That's too bad. Or at least not with this font. It just doesn't line up well. Or I have to go find an actual mono width font that's not too bad. Okay. Oh, we've got an extra +1 there. Table width. Okay, so cell width equals that. If cell width times column count is less than table width, just shrink table size by 1 pixel. Rounding errors. We might need to chop 1 pixel off if we oversize things. Still feel like there's 2 pixels over here. While more. We just save ourselves the time. Make it a nice, even integer number. Multiplied. Highscores. Yeah, that's 1 pixel now. Okay. Good enough. Some short table. 1 draw for all the background colors, then 1 draw per text in cell. So that's 40 draw calls here total. 1, 2 for each button. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. 10 plus 33 text is 43-ish calls. Then the 1 for the color quads. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Maybe we do make these pale yellow or something. Let's go. Here's my colors. Here we are. Cell text. Let's go 255, 255, and then we can add like 8. Blue and yellow aren't exactly complementary, but it should be okay. Whoa, that's a bit. Oh, that's not. That's the one, not the one I thought. Okay, carry on. Back into the other one. So some text. So background 255, 255, 192, 140. Try that. That might still be too bright. Might be a little garish. If you have hold your mouse button down and then pull the cursor off the button, does it get clicked? I will show you. So if we go to Highscores, mouse down, move off, let go, nothing happens. That still seems a bit bright. $192, let's let it jump. Nice. Well, there's some discussion about whether pressing the button and then moving your mouse off and releasing it is good. There are some that are of the opinion that an immediate reaction is always better, like on mouse down, so there is no click. Because it feels snappier. That's almost usable. And we probably ought to center these now, since the table is centered. Yeah, we're just getting things centered. This is probably better. Right, title. Remaining space is not a thing anymore. X and Y basically aren't used till here. Yeah, most OS GUIs would have it on release. Yep, they would. Because that gives people a chance to cancel their click. But if your click is catastrophic, it should pop up a confirmation dialog anyways. Otherwise, snappier feels better, right? So I don't know that I have strong opinions either way yet. I did implement the more complicated one because I figure it's easier to simplify and make it dumb. But again, whatever. So here, X, Y. Let's just 0 frame width. Frame width. It's all gonna be centered anyways. That should center it. Can't think of mouse down thing I encountered off the top of my head besides like shooters. Yeah. Well, and I think that one of the major proponents of the immediate click is a whoa, whoops, whoa, nope, yikes. Gotta be that. Is in gaming, so. Was it John Carmack? Was it Tim Sweeney? I don't remember who it was now. There we go. Now it's lined up vertically. That's better. Okay, so we've got better colors. We've got the color quads in. Needs color quads. Minor update to Highscores. Scene layout. Color quads added to Highscores scene. Um, 509. Yeah, we got time. We're gonna get those replay buttons done real quick. Git commit. Color quads now help the table to that's not good spelling. To stand out better. More better. We want that grammar. All the grammars. Okay. Next item. Oh, okay. The latest replay. How do I wanna color that? Let's see. Before we blaze through each entry, we are going to Highscore Manager, get latest replay file name. Cell background. There we go. Latest background will be like a blue. Bluish green, sure. Entry. If. Oops. Star. Oops. Latest was that. Latest. If string compare latest with entry point to replay file equals 0. And we're going to do something. Oh, yeah. Int log index equals 1 plus Highscore scene column plus quad count. Quad count. There we go. M underscore table cells dot set quad color to cell background. No, just to latest background. Otherwise, set it to the normal one. I don't know which one is the latest. Oops. Whoa. Really? That's not. Oh. Is it replay that does that? Log index. I went to all the work to compute it. For count equals 0, count less than Highscore scene all count plus count set quad color on index. Same thing here. So in theory, one of these. Hey, that's our last run. It's this one. Sprint mode. Oh, it didn't clear. Oh, I know why. Actually, yeah, we can do it this way. These all need to do with color. It doesn't need to be the latest background. It can be an unused background. We have 64. Oh, man, you're still here. Your attention span is amazing. My attention span, I've got like half an hour more. I've been delaying my work for 2 weeks over a minor block, Joel. And I even knew the solution pretty much. Oh, yeah. Well, thanks for the encouragement, lads. Just grinding away. Like, honestly, if I wasn't streaming and if I didn't have, external life requirements, I would code probably 10, 12, 16 hours a day. Like, streaming actually makes me more tired than the actual just coding does. Marathon, sprint, golf. Nice. The color's too similar. Make it more pale. Unused background is. I'll go all the way to what I need to do. Why not? I have a zoomer brain rot, skibbity attention span. I just learned skibbity from how it should have ended. I sometimes can do 14 hours of hard coding. Most of the time I can do a minute. Lol. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie. Like that's part of the reason I started streaming is I was getting into the do a couple lines of code and then watch a YouTube video routine. It's like, you know what? If somebody's watching me, if it's being recorded and I'm uploading it to YouTube, I'm gonna I'm gonna try a little harder. Maybe I don't want these hyphens in here. Maybe we just get rid of those. Let's go full on 0, 0, 0. Instead of setting text to hyphens, just emptied it. Guys desperate for surveillance? No, just get back my focus. Like when I first started in my career, like straight out of college, I was a machine. I've gotten not lazy, but distracted or discouraged or something. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna call that good enough for now. Done it. We need replay buttons that work. I agree. Yeah, I wouldn't call it surveillance, more just Yeah, that's how you became the Discourager. Yeah, actually, it's a job title I stole from like a short story out of the 1800s. An old story. Ooh, actually, I wrote up an FAQ, which has that in there. Let's see, where did I put that? FAQ? Yeah, so 1885. Anyways, I don't really care about the story, but the main character, not the main character, he's not even the main character, just his job title and job description cracked me up, so that's why I stole it. So anyway, we need replay buttons that work. Okay. I've got time, and it's not even that hard. So what I need is I'm doing the layout. How tall are my cells? Cell height is 30 pixels tall. So my playback button needs to be smaller than that. 75% smaller? Maybe. No, I just realized your username matches you well. Yeah. Cell height 4. Just need a button. Button size. Okay. I need enough buttons. Highscore scene. I need button M underscore. Oh, hold on a second. Button. No. I need a button that doesn't take an argument. I'm actually surprised I haven't done this before. Like, I know if I have a. I think I just put those inside the body because I couldn't be bothered to worry about the order. So everything here actually is exactly the same. Except this line here. And text this. High score manager. Okay. Not high score manager. High score scene. So when I have an array of buttons, thusly. If enabled. Okay, so enabled is a thing for buttons. That's good. So on render for entry index. Oh, okay. High score scene. Replays. That's what I wanted. At entry index. Render everything. Okay. Do layout. Where's the set rectangle of the table view? Okay. Now, lay out the header, lay out the cells here. So we need to do this. So replay. Oh wow. There we go. Replays. Entry index. Set rectangle to x plus equals the cell width, x plus small space, y plus 2, cell height minus 4 2 times. While I'm at it, I'm just going to replays at entry index set text. And let's just see how that looks. Oh, fun. Highscores scene, yes, so save the changes. Oh, that didn't crash it. Awesome. Highscores, and it crashed. Oh, I know why. Clean, debug. Oh. I'm actually pretty happy with where Highscores have gotten today. Not too shabby. because next week it's going to be replay playback. Oh man. Hey, see, there are buttons. Clickety, 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 clickety. Very nice. Okay. I mean, they're not great by any means. Int replay. Point size ought to be fine, right? Oops, not that. Set text size. Replay. Okay. Now, the other thing that has to be done is in here. Labeled equals false. That's a thing. It's true. Index. All right, set callback. Here's the tricky bit. Main menu scene, but replay last. Set the callback. This load last replay. There we go. That's what I need. Except it's not the last replay file. It is the entry point to replay file. I think that's it. I think we're wired in. One last thing we want to do is set a tooltip. Replays. Set tooltip. Play, replay, playback, replay file. Over this. Sure, why not? Oh, nice. I don't know if I feel like doing animations yet. Like, that's kind of at the point where animation systems do what I want. And it's just a grind to make it all work together. Okay. Oh, well, this might be a good task for the end of the day. Entry is not captured. Okay, okay. Let me see here. Highscore entry. Replay file. Yeah, so I don't have to do anything special. Let's char star. We might as well capture the whole entry. Why not? It won't change until the entry itself changes. So it's fine, it's fine. Well, we did just do a full clean when we didn't need to. Yes, yes, yes. animation. No, username for Highscores. I don't know where I want to get that from. I don't have like a get text dialog. Alright, so if I click this, I should get this timestamp, 2646, in a game. Woohoo! That was shockingly easy. Highscores, so this one should be 3118. Alright. Fully functional. I mean, the replays don't play, but haha! That is done. We should check one more thing, make sure that the different. So there is no button here. Sprint. So this one should load at 1842. Yep. So that works. I think we're done with that one. Added buttons to Highscores to launch the replay, the associated replay. Yeah, there's really not much more to say to that. Can now launch replays from Highscores. Boom, done. Next, username input from somewhere, so that not everybody's named Harvey. Or animation transitions. I don't know what I really want to transition here anyways, like, not that one. There we go. Like when I click this button, I guess sprint could fade out, fade back. And these quads could color fade from their current color to the next color. Or, well, I mean, it doesn't need to be much of a. Probably should put a tiny piece of text here to describe the game mode. Just, actually, it's this text. Deduce as many words in a row as you can. So we should get those descriptions somewhere. That's a useful thing. Let's do that. Let's get it for now. Game mode descriptions. In-game context. Main menu buttons. Button tooltips. Should reference that. And small mode description with Highscores scene. Highscore should also reference it. In case we ever change the game mode names, we can actually mix them. Okay, so game context. Easy peasy. We've already got the play mode names. Play mode descriptions. get from the main menu. Scene. Add as many. Use 9 words. And the least number of guesses. Pardon me. Okay, main menu. Then references. Things like this. Game context. Play mode. Name. The other thing we need to do. Play mode name. Play mode description. Play mode description of that thing. Okay. There we go. I think that is going to be nice and easy to update if we need to. And go. And lastly, this should just keep everything nice and clean in case I update names of things. It'll just automatically update. So that's one. Then next is Highscores, scene, subtitle text, m underscore, mode description. So remember the subtitle exists. It's m underscore mode. Oops, I thought that one. Highscores, scene, right. Render thing. Sure. Oops. This feels too samey. 164, 164, 164. M underscore mode description. We'll just set the same color. It's fine. All right. Subtitle font, so int sub description font size equals 30. Sure. From one description font, sub description font. Oops. Here where we set title underscore mode description play mode description. Okay, I have retained versus immediate mode. Bless you. Yes, yes, bless me. I'm kind of looking forward to this project being over so I can go through and do all the cleanup that like is annoying to me right now. And I know how to fix it, but I've decided it's out of scope for this project. So I would like to clean up some of my own complaints, but that list grows all the time. Okay. Oop, that's my warning to start finding a pausing point. Like I said, if I get rolling, I'll just go too long and my files will be too big and blah, blah, blah. 4 a.m.? Oh my good. Oh, that's right. You're in Russia. Well, hold on. Das Vidanya. I remember how to say good night. Dobre something. Dobre utro, dobre dien. I'm sorry I speak Russian with a Spanish accent. If I see letters that aren't English, I read them in Spanish. Spanish is my second language, so it's like foreign language equals Spanish pronunciation. Ugh. But anyways, good night. Dobre noci. Okay. Okay. Noci, noci. My pronunciation's rusty. I have not actually studied Russian in quite a while, so. Yes, good night. 4 a.m. Jeez. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't namespace it. There we go. Bye-bye. Okay. Now we see if things show up where we expect them to show up. So these ones are getting the new text. Perfect. Sprint and conf. Highscores. Deduce as many words in a row as you can. We can make that smaller. Sprint. And that's not good text. Anyways, game context. Yeesh. In the fewest number of guesses. With the fewest guesses. The least Yeah, fewest. Fewest cases. Okay, so there's that, and then we said Highscore scene underscore not replays. Underscore mode description render set alignment set the color. I'm fine with it. It's fine. This rectangle feels too big. What did I do subtitle height? Sub description height. 35. I do feel like that font is too big. So we're going description font. We can go down to like 25. Which actually means maybe the sub description could go down a bit. Okay. Okay, just see. Oh, that looks a little better. Maybe we could squeeze Marathon back up a little more. Maybe we don't need those spaces in between. Tighten it up a little bit. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. This doesn't matter, we immediately override this value anyways, but just for consistency, in case we do want to throw something in between, that's that. His scan, what programming language is this? I am using mostly C with some C++ on top of it, I guess you could say. I use C++, but most of the idioms I use tend to have a very C flavor. So I'm not using necessarily right now all of the latest, greatest of C++ features. That tightened up a little bit. That's better. Sprint mode, golf mode, marathon mode. Jump into a replay. That looks good. I like that. Welcome to the channel, Piscan. I don't know how you say your name. Hopefully you're having fun, enjoying yourself, learning something. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I just kind of stream of consciousness until somebody asks a question. So if you want the full rundown of what we're doing here, I have an FAQ I wrote up. We can talk through it real quick. And yeah, otherwise, enjoy yourself, enjoy your stay. And yeah, just pipe up with anything you're interested in knowing more about. I'm going to call that one done. That was not too hard. Added descriptors, 2 modes, and game context. Game context now referenced by Highscore and main menu. For those texts. Which is actually a good description that could have gone in the journal. This one could have been shorter, but it's fine. Okay. We'll pretend like that was part of the commit. Yes, perfect. Okay. So, looking at my time, animation transitions, and input username for new Highscores. It is just about 6 o'clock, which means I gotta get going, so I don't have time to start either of these. We may just call it quits there. So put those back in the to-do list. Those are good ones for a Monday. We were talking about Monday maybe starting with a couple of bugs or some tech debt. We might start with wrap-up of Highscores user input for the naming. Right now everybody in Highscores is named Harvey. So I think that's not a bad plan. Designing an animation set. And like I said, I think this one's going to be a very simple animation set. Just color transitions, a fade in, fade out. I think that's, I'll write that down so I remember on Monday. Just a color fade out in. So you'll just fade things to alpha. And then fade back into the new color. Actually, what we might do, hold on. Ooh, okay. If we take the text that we want changed and we fade it to alpha, then we color fade the cell colors straight across, so not a fade in out. Then we fade the colors back in. That could be nice. Give a nice little 3-part animation. And really the only text that changes is the subtitle, the mode description, and then each of the cells below the header. So that's not too bad. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. Anything else I need to think about? Can you create an animation with codes? Yes. So here we go. I can talk about this. Animation. So we wrote our animation feature. And what we do is we have values that we want to go between, right? So maybe we want to color fade, so we have color 0 to color 1. Maybe we want to move at point xy to point xy. Or we just want to put a single value from x0 to x1. Those are all options. We have an egg timer, so basically I say how long the duration is. I'm like, take 2 seconds. And then the egg timer, when I start it, it starts ticking down. And as it goes, I ask it, of the amount of time you've run, so your elapsed time divided by the total duration I set, that's your t. Okay? Now, if you want a linear interpolation, that's fine. But usually you don't. So what we do is we parameterize that t using an easing curve. So instead of just going x0 to x1 straight across, we can change that shape. So like a quad in out, it makes a nice acceleration, deceleration curve, or a bounce. Let's see, I can have a bounce example. Oops, that's not right. Let's see here, get it. We'll go ahead and commit that amendment. And then we'll run it. Let's see if we can find a good animation that shows. So if we play, see that bounce animation? It's interpolating between 0 and 1, but we've calculated it so that it goes to the bottom and then it bounces. So that parameterized value lets me do that. Or if let's see here, I don't remember. I think if I switch, these rotate, but it doesn't snap. Like it doesn't immediately accelerate and decelerate at the ends. It rotates them and it accelerates that rotation and then decelerates the rotation. So it's a nice, smooth, more natural feel. So that's what the P does. Parameterizes our T value. So T is between 0 and 1. The parameterized T is not necessarily. So like we can do overshoot. Actually here, let's do an overshoot real quick. So if I do an error, there's an error banner, and it goes down below where it goes and then comes back up to where it goes. Boom, and bounces back in. Those are all because of this P term and this easing curve that we can choose. Then I have a system that just starts these, runs them until they're done, and then shuts them down. So that's animation in a nutshell with C++. If you have questions, happy to elaborate. Currently, all of my animations live in an arena or a pool, which you request from your scene. You say, scene, well, specifically the scheduler in the scene, say, scheduler, give me an animation. I'll set it all up. And depending on a number of things, you can either say, start this later or start this now. Wait for some amount of time and then start it. So we can set up sequences of actions. And the animation can be kicked off and managed entirely by the scheduler, so I don't have to do any memory management. So hopefully that helps a little bit with the very basics of animation. A lot of this other stuff is, maybe I don't want timers. I want to instead know when I'm done, not based on time. Like this is how do I figure out what my t value is if I'm not using a timer? It's a function pointer that I can pass in. And then the Boolean here is, how do I know when I'm done if I'm not using the timer? So like, for example, I can animate based on mouse position. I can say, so I move left to right, fade from green to blue, or move the thing up or down, right? And then done would be when they cross some line, maybe. Or after the distance traveled of the mouse over this animation exceeds some threshold, right? So I can have animations not with respect to time as well. And here are the, how do I apply function pointers for, how do I apply the value to a point, to a color, to a single value? How do I update the scene given my animation? So that's basically it. I think that's most of the features. Okay, I'm thinking this is a good place to pause. So maybe we do. Oh, here we go. Here's what we should do. Git status. log-n1. So this is the last commit. We're gonna update a little bit of documentation. Code metric. Oh, not code metrics. Oh, I know what that was. Okay. Metrics in weekly. We're gonna add a week. This is the end of week 11. So this is what we do. We say week 11 of development. We ended with this hash. And I'm gonna lie about the times for now. I have to look up the videos to see how long I've been working this week. That'll give us something. Okay. Then we can go to shell. We can go up to our code metrics project. Oh. Dash amend dash no edit. Okay, we go up to code metrics. We /code metrics.py with the path to our project, and we want to update the weekly report. And it figured out this is the only recent thing that it doesn't know about, and it updated that. Then we can look at the summary of the weekly data. And here's what we did last week. I lied about the hour. We'll figure that out. Well, we were at 18,000 effective lines of code, which means we added almost 2,000 lines of code this week. Yikes. That was a good week. Now, lines of code growth is not the most important number. In fact, it's usually not a good number at all. Lines of code is basically how big is our project, how much momentum is there, how hard is it to find bugs and add features. A lot of my smaller projects tend to end up about 25,000 lines of code, so this is all tracking fine. The hourly rate doesn't matter, we lied about the time. But our churn is the more interesting number. So we delete lines of code, we add lines of code, and I think churn is a better measure of productivity, right? It's like there are weeks where I removed code, but we were refactoring a lot. So we actually got churn of 2,300 lines of code that week. So anyway, churn is good this week. Our lines of code growth was pretty good in that we were adding features, not refactoring too much. And we churned a lot. 2,500 is not a bad rate for the week. 23, 2,000, 2,000. Yeah, 2,000 is pretty common. So there you go. There's our metrics for the week. Not bad, not bad. Let's go back into real quick. For here. Let's do this. Highscores scene. Let's do a complete clean and release build. One thing I like to track is the size of my executable and how fast we're running in game mode. So let's do that real quick. Not that I have any like actions to come out of it, but it's just like establishes a baseline in my head of how things are going, how it behaves. We will go through some optimization phases later. Interesting. A couple of warnings I don't remember. Okay, so we are going to list out source, builds, release. Oops. List out all the details. Here's our size. Let's our journal. Oops. Okay. So we're there. What was our release size last week? We're at 114.136 megabytes, so 14.113. So we didn't really grow that much. That's good. And then we will run it. Go to play. We'll turn in our frames per second. 24, 25, 100 frames per second, 24. I'd say it's probably a solid 2400. Yeah, you see a lot of 24. 22, 24. Not bad. No M, T, and S are in no P. So dates. Ooh. I made an error somewhere. 231. 234. Oh, toads. I definitely did that wrong. Okay. Whoops. AED and T. Not S. Not M. Not P. There we go. It's BD. Logs. Aha. It's everything. It's gone except for F and G, so gated. Ooh, it's not G. It's F. Gated. Alright. So frames per second, 2200. I'm a 24, 25. 24. I'm gonna say 20. Oh, see, it does things like that. 22. Let's just call it 2200. One thing I'm looking for is I don't want it to dip to like 30. Like, this is a simple game. We should be running over 1,000 frames per second on almost everything. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So we'll just have that journal entry with no update. And there we go. All right. I'm very impressed with your work that you programmed. My knowledge of programming is nowhere near your level. Well, it just takes practice and doing lots of projects. So if you want to follow, I do have a Discord channel where you get notified when I go online. Give a follow. Twitch will remind you My videos are all uploaded to YouTube, so if you want to see where we started 11 weeks ago and see how far we've come in that time, that could be very interesting. Um, like I said, I usually just code stream of consciousness until somebody asks a question. Then we stop and talk about it. So feel free to join in the conversations. Discord's not the most exciting place yet. It's mostly just for notifications. But if you ask questions there, I am happy to work them in either to the next stream or talk about them on the Discord server. So yeah, feel free to join in. Welcome all. Yeah, I think that's it. And I'm running out of time. So thanks for coming, everybody. Thanks for dropping in, especially the new people. Always good to have new faces and names in here. So have a good evening, and tomorrow is Compiler's Day, so be sure to show up for Compiler's Day. Yeah, so everybody have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.